Hello, patrons. In this episode of Ironspire, the dwarves do some experimentation with a certain cyclops that they've captured, and we see what happens when two forgotten beasts go head-to-head. Watch the video to find out, and of course, like, comment, and subscribe. Mwah. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Fortress Friday. We return to the world of Ushul Minbaz, the realm of enchanting, and the fortress of Datan Datur Igath Anriz, Ironspire, the Scraped Skies. What's the weather like where you are then that you're... Like, okay, yeah, the speech from the game is really good. But if you're a fan of Harlan Ellison's work, you have to, and I mean have to, see the rendition that he did for the BBC radio drama version, because it is wild. Okay, so in between, I've mapped out a few plans for what I want our dwarves to do this time. As you can see, per our glorious Countess Terra, the Esper, we are adding some extra fortifications to the ground floor. Oh, right, yeah, you're in a different hemisphere. Gotcha. Hey there, Tommy. I hope you're holding up. Okay. I know with everything going on right now, it's gonna be rough, but things will be okay. Definitely not immediately, but yeah, new normals are found after a long. It's gonna take time, and it's gonna take some stuff that it's gonna suck for what is gonna feel like too long. But once you've gotten over all of that, then you and Lilith will be in a better place. Waiting for the water boil, have some tea. What kind of tea are you having? Wrong burner. God damn it, Ash. Okay, so something that I've added here. I have apprenticed a whole bunch of different dwarves to become weaponsmiths. Some of them who already had novice weapon skill training, and some who just will have to learn on the job. Because we've got a lot of forges, and not all of them are being occupied. So right now, I need more people down here making things. So we've got new weaponsmiths and metal crafters that have been appointed as novices, because I need these quotas met, and if we don't have them, then we're just gonna these forges are gonna fall silent, and in the process, those novices cranking out massive amounts of iron bolts and iron siege ammunition are gonna get really good at their jobs. And, sure, like ammunition, the craftsdwarfship of it can be good, it can be bad, you fire enough of them and they'll do their job.
Hey, Lola.
But once we get them skilled enough to be good weaponsmiths, they'll make some fantastic melee weapons too. Let's see. Archangel is currently satisfied at work. Got a lot of satisfaction from work, actually. He's feeling stressed. He's a proficient armor smith. Got some nice clothing on, although some of it is becoming a bit tattered. What kind of stuff does he want? It's to be with family and be with friends and make romance. Raise your family by egg timers in batches of 10. How do you keep melting egg timers? You don't put them in the water with the egg. Over the recent diplomatic issues with the elves and the recent rage is going to be obsessed with defense. Mm-hmm. You're very welcome. So yeah, that's another thing. I feel like we're going to take the Countess Terra on a tour here. This reinforced wall is going to be brought down and a fortification made in its place. The ground level is going to have rows of ballistas and bolt throwers here. And as you can see, if we go up a level, we're getting some floor bars put in with these bolt throwers, and you'll notice that there are gaps in between. This way we'll have multiple overlapping lines of fire. The floor bars mean that the bolt throwers can fire directly ahead of them and down, but then the floor bars also mean that they can fire down into these gaps here if anybody attempts to break into these fortifications. This way, we never surrender any part of our defenses more than we need to. We only ever surrender a little bit at a time. Like this is very much a plan to, make sure our fortress is very modular and that it's it's very easy to fall back to the next line of defenses. So we bleed them dry for every step of ground that they take. We're also readying a third floor here to get more overlapping siege lines. We've got a lot of tetrahedrite and hematite being smelted. Why the hell is there water coming up out of the well? Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's pull the lever on those floodgates. Maybe the difference in water pressure means that this whole area is being filled out. So if we shut the floodgates, the amount of fresh water that we've got coming in so far should be enough. Okay. Isn't the water boiling? Didn't turn on. God damn it, Ash. What the hell are you doing? Oh. I also had another idea here. So, this whole area here, like the ballista training grounds, the amount of ballista arrows we were going through, like, I tried making a small ditch here so people could retrieve the ammo, but the peasants were always going directly down here to grab the ammo directly from the ditch. And that just was not working for us because it meant that the dwarves were just directly getting impaled by the arrows as they went to retrieve them. We're going to make the ditch a little deeper so that they have to come down directly to retrieve them. That way they're not walking directly in front of weapons while they're being test fired. That way we have a way to make sure that our siege corps is constantly training. Looks like a forgotten beast is biting a few more crundles. We've got some steel armor that's been finished. Beautiful. A whole bunch of animals that have been butchered. And it looks like one of our militia captains, specifically the ambassador, has returned from a mission. Through a way to clean up mud if you accidentally flood a floor. Dwarf should clean it up automatically. Okay, so we demanded tribute from a different set of elves far away from us. The tribute agreement proposed was rejected, and then yet another set of elves over to the east. They also rejected our tribute requests. So hopefully hopefully we won't necessarily make enemies of the elves to the west, but by asking for help from the elves to the east, we also make sure that, you know, we keep our options open. And we hope that some of those other elves have access to cool animals. Whoop. Bookbinder has been found dead, drowned. My god. Did they literally get swept into the well? You know, we're just gonna sweep them up out of there and pop them down so that we can get their body buried. That's fine. So, Countess Terra, is the other defenses to your liking so far? God, yeah, dwarves falling in the well is just, yeah, a classic case of dumb, you know, creatures dying in stupid ways. Okay, we've got some ballista parts on commission here. And then we've got some iron ballista arrowheads that are going to be made. A lot of them. That combined with all of the bolts that we're ordering to be made, we'll get those new apprentice weaponsmiths up to snuff real quick. Like this person. This person is a cook, and they're a novice weaponsmith. But if they forge enough iron bolts, they'll know how to make good steel weapons later on. If we get enough of them, they'll be ready to join the Weaponsmiths Guild and really start spreading that knowledge around. This is why you build all stairwells 2x2. I've got mine 3x3 just to make sure that there's enough foot traffic. Can goblins be turned into bone bolts? Yes and no. The average dwarf will not turn a goblin into goblin bone bolts because it's part of dwarven ethics systems that they will not use products from a sentient creature to make like crafts. However, there is a way around this, and that is if that sentient creature was a zombie and then killed. This is because if it was a zombie, it's no longer counted as a sentient creature. As a result, it means that any that sentient creature is no longer counted as sentient, and therefore you can just happily create bone crafts from those goblins. Okay, yeah, we can make soap from oil now as well as from tallow. We're spawning some elf and goblin leather to use when you arrive just because it's funny to... Yeah, fair enough. Alright, the tavern is going to be expanded here, as well as the dining room, because there's not enough room for our dwarves to be out here performing and such. Where the hell are the... Where's a goblin lasher coming from? Now, where the hell did they come from? I have no clue. Oh well, we're gonna have all of their stuff melted down. Uh-oh. Woodcutter was found dead. How? Were they caught in the goblin attack? Okay, yeah, they were caught in that goblin attack. Siege operator as well. Shit. Did we try to melt down a cage that they were in? Is that what happened? Shit, maybe. Well, hey, we have another couple of goblins here that we intend to punish. We're going to release them in the barracks while our soldiers are training. Like you're drinking out of your own head. Sounds about right. They just mindlessly toss in a whole cage even if it's full? I guess they do. Well, lesson learned. It's so dwarven. It's the future I can see. Yep, that's yeah, that's very much classic dwarven behavior. A lot more digging to be done. Pneumonia out here making some furniture as well. He's made a masterpiece iron table. Let's check in on, let's see, Ari's making some wooden blocks. Bailiff is helping put some buildings down. Brazen is making some soap. Holly is sleeping. Jamie is fishing. Lenny is currently asleep. Looks like I have a cool new sheep wool cap. I like that idea, Tara. Slowly becoming more paranoid. The forgotten beast Ugosh has come. A huge, feathered lacewing. It has 2 short horns and it has a bloated body. Its clear feathers are patchy. Beware. It's poisonous vapors. Ugh. Disgusting. Oh. Look at that. They're on the same... They're on the same level. You know what that means, folks? It means that it's time for a Friday night Forgotten Beast fight. We've not had one of these in a while. I'm just gonna pop you over here, and I'm gonna pop you over here, just to make sure it happens. Normally I don't do a whole lot of DF hack for the story-based ones here, but this is purely for entertainment. Alright folks, we're gonna have an opportunity for you to make some hot drinks out of this. Sid, yeah, welcome. In the north we have Ugosh, the huge feathered lacewing, with 2 horns and poisonous vapors, agile and slow to tire. In the south side, we have Keng Crazed Dented, the gigantic hairy leech with a round shell and also has a poisonous sting. So we have 2 creatures, neither of which has an endoskeleton, which means that there's everything to play for here, because the slightest touch from either of them could easily crack some kind of weak spot or hit a vital organ. So we have Ugosh the Lacewing. We have Keng the Leech. All right, I'm gonna put in a prediction now. How you doing today, Sid? Thank you very much for the hug. I hope you're doing well. You're right, Ash. That does indeed look like you are drinking out of your own head. So, right now, looks like the majority of the channel points are out there on Ugosh. Folks, why do you think Ugosh has a better chance? Personally, my money is on Ugosh because of the chitinous shell to protect them from to protect their vital organs, and also the fact that they have multiple redundant limbs. All of those extra legs mean a chance to snip off a leg instead of hitting something vital. And sure, Kang over here has a shell, and that might protect some of those vital organs, but a leech does not have any extra redundant limbs. So I don't know if Kang is going to be able to protect its brain or heart. Now, both of these creatures are made of flesh and blood, so each of them is going to be susceptible to things like blood loss, organ failure, and panic. So this is, for the most part, a pretty even matchup. All right, everybody, the clock is winding down. Let's get ready to rumble. Whoa. Two of them are running away from one another. Whoa, shit. Ugosh is just completely ignoring Kang in order to go chase down some Crundles. Excuse me, get back here. You're not done with your fight yet. A little sore from yesterday's root canal. God, I can only imagine. Oh, okay, here we go. We've got some poisonous gas. We're gonna rename these two. Okay. We have Lacewing, and we have Leech. We can check in the combat logs. Oh, we've got our first blow here. The Lacewing has... Okay, we've got hits on both sides here. The Leech bites the Lacewing in the abdomen, tearing the fat, bruising the muscle and its guts. That's a nasty hit to start out the fight. And then Forgotten Beast Ica is sucked out of the wound. The Leech just like slurping on the Lacewing's blood right here. But Ugosh counters with goring with its pair of horns, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts. Both of them are just ripping into each other's intestines here. Then the Leech fights back with its sting, tearing fat and bruising the muscle. The Lacewing does have a lot of feet though, a lot of extra redundant things to hit. Ligament's been bruised. Lacewing is caught in a burst of Forgotten Beast extract. The two of them fight and jump away. Now they're back into it. Both of them are injured. Morango, welcome. It's good to see you again. Oh, and there we go. We've got it. The killing blow goes to Ugosh. Ugosh gains the name Ugosh Grave Echo. Congratulations to anybody who bet on the newcomer Lacewing, because you're walking away with those hot drinks, friends. Ugosh was very much the underdog here as far as the betting was concerned. But personally, that's who my money was on. Aw, that's really cute, Sid. I'm glad that Lola made it to those appointments and it was well received. If you want to grab one for yourself, why not consider going over to Ash's Ko-fi and picking up a plush? Great gift for the season. Okay, we've got a whole bunch of iron bolts that have been crafted here. Okay. So, Ugosh is now, like, seriously injured and is done bleeding, but is wandering around looking for more things to kill. Yeah, I don't get any of the money directly for that plush, but if you do get the plush, then Ash will give you a gift sub to my channel. Yeah, we've got a shitload of Cowlinite around here, so I'm making sure that a lot of porcelain and stoneware gets made. Partly to get it just out of the, off the floors. Ugosh was as a forgotten beast, specifically a giant lacewing. Oh, Zasset Rakhust Ilrao, the militia commander, has bestowed the name Itred Dodok upon a copper shield. Translates to buff clasps. What a great name. Okay. Looks like our smiths are honestly just like really just cracking their way through some name. Is that gold? This is limonite. It is a type of iron ore. It does get mistaken for gold a lot of the time, though. We've had very little gold down here, actually. Making some really good iron furniture and some good clothing now. Yeah, same texture, kind of like what is it? Microcline and adamantine. It's to the point where microcline is referred to as fool's adamantine by members of the dwarf community. Pod glass? What? Okay. Poke a hole in this wall here so that we can get those bolt throwers up. Get those trees cut down so we've got nothing blocking our path here for line of sight. And we're going to get some floor bars put in place here so that we can shoot down without having to without having a way up. Who are we at war with? Currently just the goblins. The goblins declared war on us a while ago. But buff clasps. Dwarven naming conventions are weird. But yeah, right now we are only at war with the goblins, but some elves came over to trade, and then a titan showed up out of nowhere and basically murdered all of the caravans. When a caravan doesn't report back, the nation that sent them might interpret that as an act of war. So that's why we're a little nervous that the elves might also declare war on us. Your photo jeweler just died. How did they die? Much better name, yeah, definitely. Oh, okay, Burango. Do you have a preference for a type of dwarf? Let's see. Duchess Terra is demanding that we make totems. And our captain of the guard wants us to make give him an armor rack and a weapon stand. Dehydration. Ooh. Make sure that there's plenty of drinks then. Feminine and a crafter. I will get right on that. Let's take a look. Dehydration was caused. Oh, by artifact failure. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, you know what? Here we go. You shall be Burango of Ironspire. I'll get a fisherman lined up for your blue lobster. Okay. Slow to tire and clumsy. Her hair is incredibly straight. Very long hair is braided. Nose bridge is incredibly concave. Her ears are broad. Slightly large iris bronze eyes are slightly wide set, her hair is chocolate, and her skin is cinnamon. She has very good focus, an ability to read emotions fairly well, good spatial sense and some of patience, but little willpower. She's completely wrapped up in her own appearance, abilities, and other personal matters. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, tends not to reveal personal information, has a sense of duty, tends to be a bit stubborn about changing her mind, can handle stress, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, tends to think before acting, which, she's like less impulsive after seeing a dwarf die, is stubborn, very humble, somewhat quarrelsome, quick to anger, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and has little interest in joking around. Laughs very loudly whenever she's nervous. She personally sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes native silver, pig iron, red tourmaline, green glass, mule bone, moon snail shell, the color taupe gray, floodgates, figurines, mini forges, armadillo men for their thick, bony armor plates, the wood of cerulean queen, the site of the couple of pregnancy. When possible, she prefers to consume giant nautilus, horse cheese, rice beer, and foxtail millet, and absolutely detests bark scorpions. What a wild set of preferences there. Yeah, she wants to have some culture here in the fortress. Alright, let's see. I think we have at least one more fisher dwarf here that we can include. Yeah, this person is a talented fish cleaner. I'm gonna put them to work as a fisher dwarf as well. Horse cheese is a thing. Horse, keep using your dungeon as a dining hall. Ah, time to get the actual dining hall fancier then. Alright, Rango of Ironspire. Incredibly tough, rarely sick, and agile, but very slow to heal and very weak. She is corpulent. Her nose bridge is incredibly concave, hair is clean shaven, ears are broad, hair is auburn, skin is pale chestnut, and her eyes are copper. Great feel for social relationships, but a shortage of patience and very bad analytical abilities. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. Can I make two of you, or... Oh, right, shit, yes, this is Blue Lobster. Okay. Blue Lobster of Ironspire. Okay. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, has an active sense of humor, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, has a greedy streak, tends to talk rapidly when she gets angry. Personally believes that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, values romance and artwork, and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes native copper, fine pewter, picture jasper, water buffalo horn, giant moose bone, linen fabric, raymead paper, spears, high boots, totems, blind cave bears for their drooping ears, and when possible she prefers to consume leeks, dwarven ale, rope seeds, and blood amaranth leaves, and absolutely detests mosquitoes. It's happened, everyone. I knew that we had gained some notoriety here with our, with the wealth that we had extracted from the platinum mines, and the vast amount of iron crafts we've sent back home, along with the designs for the bolt thrower. But it's only 6 episodes, and here we are. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital, and with continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. more blind cave bears coming in. There she is. Lightest Mersethgoden, our queen. Now that is a dwarven name, but a goblin, which means that she was raised among the people of the Vigorous Nets. She worships Samemfimshel, which I believe is the Courageous Persuader, a goddess of war and chaos. She worships several different, I think those are beasts of some sort, like mega beasts. She's wearing some very fine stuff here, and the entourage that she would have brought with her should have really good military skills. Yeah, this one's a legendary mace dwarf. This one is just a guy. But yeah, like she'll have a few people here that have legendary skills. This one's a legendary spear dwarf. But yeah, now that means we have to set about a new purpose. We have to get chambers that are worthy of Her Majesty. We've got a lot of rooms that are built out here. Someone please get that dwarf into a coffin. Had me at girls. I do love girls. I love women. Shout out in chat for women. We love women here. You know what? We'll put her. Okay, I guess twitch.tv/women.
Trans rights, fuck turfs.
I guess women is not a streamer per se. Oh, you know what? We haven't had anything that we can do with this area just yet. I guess I now know what we can do with it. We can turn this area into the throne room, and then we can have a royal chamber. Yeah, this can be the royal bed chambers. And then we can have her royal tomb over here, because she'll want one of those too. Love women so much we became one. Talking to your friend? Hey, no problem.
Trans rights, fuck turfs.
Hell yeah. Let's see how Sid is doing. Sid is satisfied at work, felt wonder remembering communing with one of our gods, wants to pray a little bit more, wants to have some martial training. Interesting. Maybe we'll make a squad just for the Royal Guard, you know. Alright. We've apparently made all 30 ballista parts that I wanted. Okay. Let's make some more wooden ballista arrows then. 3 minutes till 4 a.m. God, yeah, make sure that you're taking care of yourself, Tommy. I appreciate you being here, but, like, yeah, I know you probably want to be around for Lilith as well, but, like, make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Okay. We have some incredibly good iron doors here that are fabulously decorated. This is definitely not, like, yeah, they're here for, like, many reasons, but I do love the idea of having having iron doors because this is Ironspire. Huh. This general here is from the Vigorous Nets and is visiting. This visitor has come. You know what? Let's interrogate this general. You never know. It says that he is from our civilization and was is a member of the fortification of Notches. Let's see. The Dwarven Fortress of Weather Anvil. Those are some of our allies. So that's, oh, he's from the Fortress of Warmcloister. That's our former mountain home. So he's literally a dwarven general from the from the former mountain home. Ah, it looks like we finally have an engineers guild that's been established. This is our current engineers guild hall. I think we can do better than that. If this is going to be the fortress of Ironspire, the fortress that is full of siege engineers and siege engineers and people who are here to defend this place against the wicked advances of the lizard demon, we should probably have a better guild that does them justice, shouldn't we? We'll have it be further up near the main tavern as well. Yeah, take care of yourself, Tommy. I hope you feel okay. And things will suck for a while when it comes to Lilith's situation. And there's no getting past that. But yeah, and it'll take time. These things always do. And I won't say that things will be, automatically better, because they won't be. But yeah, it will take time, but it will get better. Alright, we're gonna ban this area from having metal siege ammunition. Same with this one. Because I only want wooden siege ammunition here so that we can have, like, wooden arrows fired here for testing. Whoop. Didn't realize I had these all set to test firing. I do not. There were only a couple. Yeah, you too. Okay, we've got a wooden ballista arrow. And, we'll have this dug out so that they can, just to make sure that they have a place to get there. Shit, one of our dwarves is throwing a tantrum. He was apparently haggard. He's a member of Cyrokanu's squad. Oof, not a good time. Throwing shit around. Okay. Clothier's shop toppled. Yeah, look, you can't just go around like smashing things up because you're in a bad mood. Vandalism, yeah, we did see you do this, so we kind of have to convict you. Hopefully it's, just something that, you can cool off for a bit. Okay, they've calmed down. Pump operator punches the trapper. Okay, okay. They threw a whole bunch of stuff around. Okay, we've got a, I was again thinking about how Jeremy Bentham demanded his body be mummified and displayed at his college. I've never heard that. Okay. We got a good platinum throne and platinum table for our queen. Let's get a stone stockpile just to like move all of this extra rock out of here. All right. Set the goblins free. We want some live target practice. Stab, stab, stab. There we go. Link that other one up. A copper cap that gets melted. Copper shield, melt that. Copper whip that's set to be melted, and the rest of that gets dumped into the magma chute. And we keep the clothes. Weapon trap toppled. Where? My god, Urvad is trying to break one of these bridges. Okay, you know what? Get out of here. You are no longer welcome. You have been banished. Where's that miasma down here? I don't know. Alright, let's take a look at what our monarch requires. So she needs a study, a throne room, a dining room, and a tomb. Let's get all this smoothed out. And the walls engraved. Yes, every noble requires a tomb. You know, in the, you know, just to be ahead of things, you know? Alright. Justice. Looks like that pump operator who did some vandalism was sentenced to 26 days in prison. Meanwhile, we did an interview of the general. No information was found. But he was willing to give us information. Our queen has placed a ban on certain exports. Breastplates. You know, it's not like we really need to we need to export breastplates. We'll probably be using them ourselves. So I am fine with that. Fortress is really coming together to get these this area smoothed out and engraved. Okay, the Engineers Guild now wants a proper guild hall. We'll get working on that real soon. In fact, I was probably going to use this here as the Engineers Guild hall, but that's something we'll have to worry about later. Some more strong iron doors. Not just because this place is called Ironspire, but, you know, we want some recurring themes here. Why is this elf eating just in the throne room? It's not even been designated as the throne room yet. But yeah, this will be the office slash throne room of Lighthast the Queen. And let's see, do we have any spare statues? Nothing enhances value like a bunch of cool statues. Hey, this is an iron statue of Kova. Yeah, let's get some of these iron statues in here. Welcome back, Sid. What kind of okay, we've got a fair bit of silver. You know what? We have room for some to splurge a little on steel. So furniture, steel, sarcophagus. Uh-oh. Godin Nishirtir, the ghostly stonecrafter, has risen and is haunting the fortress. Okay, there's still a fucking corpse here. Alright, let's get a slab engraved. Okay, Godin. Prioritize. Let's go. Everyone is dead in Lanced Urge. Damn, that's rough. It certainly happens though, and as the game always says, losing is fun. It's an opportunity to learn something more. Ooh, gem windows, yes. Native platinum, native copper, native aluminum. We'll make them from all sorts of cool gems here. Nice little art wall. Terrifyingly well-equipped goblins. That'll do it. We've got a whole lot of yarn clothes that have been made here. Excellent. I love the songs that have like dwarvish in the lyrics. What's this? Tetrahedrite. Okay, cool. Akura Kirakan. That's champions. Oh, the giantess Sokruxaxod has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. The name translates to Umal Strength Stand. Completely naked, 839 years old. Hopefully she doesn't encounter anybody here on her way to attack our fortress and just steps in a cage trap. She did not encounter anyone and she just stepped in a cage trap. Lol. Lamau even. All I wanna do is see you turn into a giant woman. A giant woman. All I wanna be is someone who gets to see a giant woman. Cage traps are just incredibly overpowered, I think. I love women, right? Giant women are a type of women, so I do love those women as well. Alright, let's get these ballistas loaded up, and then we can get people firing with them. Okay, we will approve the addition of an Engineer's Guild Hall. Since a lot of it's done down here, why don't we get it built here? Somewhere proper for our dwarves to learn the art of shooting people a lot with siege weapons until they die. Oh yeah, let's see how Mytha's doing as a dwarf. Currently, looks like she is interested learning about biting and wrestling. Content after eating a pretty decent meal. Felt pleasure during a sparring session. Euphoric due to inebriation. Just having a pretty good time by the looks of it. Yeah, she is currently pleased. Yeah, the plan's to expand the tavern here. You know, we'll paint in the extra surface area, but right now, that's about all we can do. We've got a royal set of chambers to make. It's now summer. Where the hell does the time go? God damn, they were really carving that place out. Lanced urge has fallen. My condolences. I hope your next fort is more resilient and that lessons were learned. Okay, I think we have enough ballista arrows. Made a whole bunch of more, like, steel shields, so our armor smiths have definitely been, learning. Ooh, Jabra hatchlings. That's fantastic. Survived an outbreak of procyanthropy. I don't know what that is. All right, let's see. We have 4 more Jabras that have grown to be of military age. Oh, were raccoons. Oh, that's frightening. Okay, so members of the Iron Guard. You know what? Metha is going to be one of our first people to gain a War Jabra. You know, she was one of the people who made one of the most powerful weapons in this fortress, so I think it makes sense that she is one of the first people to gain a murder bird. I'm going to give one to Neri as well. And Stinthad here, one of our sword masters. We're basically taking a bunch of the males because we only need, like, maybe 1 or 2 males to continue the reproductive cycle. Let's give them sugar cubes or a bunch of trash. Yeah, the different types of invasions, though, they can really mess you up. Of course, it all depends on what form those invasions take. All right, so this will be the Engineers Guild. We're melting down more stuff here. Very good. All right, the Queen's chambers have been completely smoothed out. This will be her royal dining hall. This will be her royal bedroom. Oh, speaking of royals, I've got a game in mind that I might want to play for y'all at some point in the future. I say a game. Actually 2. One of them is going to be a game called Long Live the Queen. It is a visual novel kind of game where you're basically a princess, but you're also a child. You've been thrown in at the deep end after your parents were murdered, and your goal is basically to survive to become an adult, despite everything that the intrigue and, like, backstabbing and, like, politics of running a royal medieval fantasy kingdom can throw at you. And it turns out that you, as the princess, also have a heritage of being a magical girl, which I think is kind of badass. And like basically the big focus on whether or not you survive, it all comes down to what lessons you learn, because you basically get to pick two different subjects that you can learn every day, and those skills that you build up will determine whether or not you survive. Whether it's things like presentation or flower arranging or sword fighting, political intrigue, military strategy, courtly manners, or like honing your magical girl skills. Like there's a whole lot to potentially learn, and there are multiple ways that you can end the game, and it all depends on what skills you thought were the most important and like what interactions you had with people. So I think that would be a really fun game to play, to kind of see how it all shakes out. And the reason I bring it up is because those game developers also made a sequel that came out very recently, and it's called Galaxy Princess Zorana. And it's the same kind of thing, but with a twist. Rather than trying to become the queen of a fantasy kingdom, you are trying to become the evil overlord of a galactic empire by surviving all of the attempts to kill you. And that, I think, is also really fun and cool. All right, let's see. The throne room is up to Her Royal Highness's standards. The bedroom is grand, but it needs to be royal. The dining room needs to be better. Okay. And then her tomb here. Looking in Legends mode, a human named Domi Sect Scribed who stole an instrument from Lancer seems to have been quite the badass. Nice. Magical space Mal. Kinda. I was wondering whether or not you were saying Mao or if you were laughing at something. I could not tell. Yes, pig iron, steel, melting metal objects. Here we go. Should a cave crocodile attack? Oh, we were trying to set up cage traps to catch this cave crocodile, and it took exception to that. Where is it now? Oh, it's out here. All right, Iron Guard, kill it. The last thing we need is for this thing to be wandering around, getting into trouble. If it won't step in the cage trap, then we'll just put it out of its misery. Yes, I know the difference. I just wondered if you'd said a typo or something. Huh. So apparently our queen has also been elected mayor, which, kind of seems like a bit of a conflict of interest, but what the hell do I know? We've got more beak dog pups, hell yeah. Get them assigned to this area here. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, cool. I love it. Death, you know, someday is when the monarchy kind of tries me here. Okay, but we do have something over here to a little something I think we'll find entertaining. I'm gonna pop a Cyclops cage in here, and then on the other side, I think we're gonna do something a little fun. No, we'll pop the giantess in there. We'll let them fight, and we'll see which one is the more powerful of the two monsters. Damn, all of those smiths have been, like, really clearing out those tasks now that I've added in a bunch of apprentices. Down here in the deep blue sea. Yes. Okay, put some more doors in here so that the dwarves who come through are just like, man, that's a nice door. Looks really cool. Gives me pleasant thoughts. Why has no one done anything about this yak corpse yet? Okay, can we at least butcher it? No. You know what? Fuck it. Microcline? Alright, Tara, have a wonderful rest of your night. I appreciate you being here. Take care now. Hey, and same goes to you, Tip. Tips, have a great night. Take care of yourself, and I hope to see you soon. I hope everything is going well with your other situation that you mentioned previously. Okay, the bedroom looks fine. The dining room needs some more ostentatiousness. So, gems. We need more gem windows. Let's get those put in. Okay, she needs 10 chests and 5 cabinets. Okay, so we'll put some in here. We'll put some in her dining room. And let's see, what kind of cabinets do we have? We've got a shitload of cabinets. Let's see, is that enough? Okay. We just need to actually get them into her room. And I really did have them dig out a lot of stuff. Rubies. Excellent. Get some more pickaxes going. Maybe our people have a little too much too much to do and not enough people to mine it. I did tag like a lot of different ores here. Let's see, before I forget. Oop, and then we are going to make this a guild hall for the Engineers Guild. Barricaded Guild. This will be a fine place for people to learn everything that there is to learn about shooting things. I'm gonna put the chairs along the edge here so that people can put down designs and study them, and leave some like wide open space and some archery targets along the back, for decoration. This will be very much like one of those like old school like shop classes, all the benches along the sides where you can go and do work, an open floor to discuss things. Some of the really well decorated chairs. Our engineers need to be respected. Like they have brought us into a whole new age of warfare. Like without all of the bolt throwers and the designs that came from this, we would not be in the place where we are right now. Yeah, it's never a good idea to put off making a military because even if you're not ready for the goblins will be ready for you. Oh, another set of Jabra hatchlings. That's wonderful news. Okay, it looks like we've got a regularly scheduled ad break coming up, everybody. So everyone go ahead and get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is you need to do, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, we're back. Native platinum? Wow. Oh, wow, like down in this layer. Okay. I could see that. We'll worry about that later, though. Guild Hall agreement with the Barricaded Guild has been satisfied. Excellent. Now we can really start teaching people. Hmm. Okay, looks like the forgers have done a fantastic job of just cranking out all of the wild demands that we've been making of them lately. Uh-oh. Okay, the ghostly stonecrafter has been put to rest. Hmm. This human lieutenant is an outcast, a member of the Realm of Circumstances, and also a member of the Faith of Terror. I don't know if I trust a religion called the Faith of Terror. Let's get them in for an interrogation, shall we? Like it's possible that it's possible that they're an honest person, but we gotta make sure. Hi, Sauron Bane. Yeah, we're this is Fortress Friday. Every Friday we do some Dwarf Fortress. How you doing today? Okay, so he came in, got into an argument, and then left. Interesting. Looks like a scholar here is leaving. Let's see, Jaunty is currently smelting. Kate is dealing with some items here. Lenny is going for a drink. Most of your Crimbus shopping today? Hell yeah. Love that for you. We're up to 180 dwarves already. Okay, steel sarcophagus. And then more iron statues. That one's made of gold, and that one does not belong here. Yeah, I love getting that stuff out of the way. I will have to take a look into that next time I get paid. Hello, Lily. How you doing today? Your
Hey,
dwarf.
just so you know, I'm gonna go lurk now.
All right, Barango. Have a good rest of your day. Let's see. Your dwarf has been busy digging and is also an accomplished blacksmith now. Wanted to come by for a minute? Well, hey, I appreciate you stopping in. Got a couple of really cool like amulets and a cap on your head, and some beautiful silk tunic and robe and cloak. Very well appointed. Ooh. Call Avos Oder, a dwarven child, is taken by a fey mood. Okay. It's probably going to be a craft because they have no skills in anything else. Oh well. Let's see. More iron doors. We're actually running out of iron bars. This goes to show how much we've put into this place. We'll have to do a hell of a lot more smelting if we want to, if we want to get all this, properly, you know, furnished now. Okay. Want a couple of siege workshops up here. Something to assemble all of those, iron ballista
Y'all heard
arrows
about
where
them
they needed.
trans rats?
Hell yeah, yeah. Thank you for the head pats, Lily. I appreciate you. Moody dwarf can't find needed item. Must have silk cloth and tanned hides and bones and rough gems. Okay. Okay, we've got to have some rough gems around here somewhere. Ha, here we go. Varicite. Thank you, Lily. I appreciate it. I do what I can. It's like it's like that saying. It's like, what do you do when you can't do nothing, but there's nothing you can do? You do what you can. All right, let's see. With all of these new migrants, we have to make sure that we've got enough room for everyone.
Welcome to the cocktail lounge. Please enjoy your stay.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but always appreciated. Feel free to hang out and chat if you want, but never feel obligated. Sam Garfield, wait. What is it? What are we waiting on? Remember you followed before? Yeah, Twitch does that occasionally. Like sometimes it'll be like, hey, you know, maybe we'll just yeah, maybe we'll just unfollow for reasons. As if Belagoo a master, but what kind of master? Well, whatever they were, they seem to have gone now. Oh, hey, we have the full 100 ballista arrows that are made of iron. Ah, that's very cool. I'm very excited about that. EPs,
Hey,
alright.
just so you know, I'm gonna go lurk now.
Alright, Lily. Thanks for being here. Have a wonderful night, okay? Alright, let's assemble those ballista iron arrows. Well, iron ballista arrows. We get them placed here. Big stockpile. We make them specifically for siege ammo. And the only materials that we want it made of are metal. Start getting some ammunition stockpiles in these rooms for the bolt throwers. Thank you for the headpads. Hope you're doing okay. We got a lot of ammunition to prepare here. Oh. Don't know what that click was for. Let's find out. Oh no. Melville Iteb Amol the Spinner has been found, completely drained of blood. That's one of our soldiers. One of our soldiers found completely drained of blood. Well, folks, that can only mean one thing. That there's a fuck-mothering vampire in here somewhere. No witnesses either. Well, we already interviewed the general. Let's interview this diplomat. Wasn't me, innocent vampire squeak.
Hey, Lola.
Hey, Solar Sniper, how you doing? There has been a murder. It is, and there is a vampire loose in the fortress. We'll have to be on our guard. Yeah, I am doing good as well. It is it's been a I spent a lot of today just absolutely exhausted, but I'm okay now. Where's Dwarf Lenny? Let's find out. Currently building. Oh, setting an iron statue up. Thank you for the headpads. We have a new baby in the fortress to you know, counteract the fact that we just lost a dwarf. And snatchers have apparently showed up to try and steal the children. Okay, Iron Guard, this is what you've been training for. If they don't end up caught in the cage traps, then clunk, clunk. Oh, two caught in cage traps, one just annihilated by a weapon trap. Is the backstory for the vampire? You're from the Transylvania region where the vampire story started. Ah, used to have some tech support out there. Let's see, where's our captain of the guard? Currently making a pot. Well, I suppose it is important for craft stores to be done here. As well referring to Oedipus as the old motherfucker in the corner. Technically true. More migrants have arrived. Oh, shit. The Forgotten Beast Cog has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of olivine. It has two long, straight tails and it has a bloated body. Beware. It's deadly spittle. That thing. If that finds any, oh, I think that is on the layer that we have open. That's a problem. Olivine isn't the toughest of stones, but it is still a stone, which means that it doesn't bleed. It doesn't feel pain. It doesn't lose any mobility from like organ loss because it has no organs. This is gonna be rough if it can enter the fortress. Oh! Col Ava's Odeur, the dwarven child, has created Egol Tokvat, a sand pearwood mini forge. Ah, he offers it to the immortal trenches. The name translates to controlled scorned. This is a sand pearwood mini forge. All craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval conglomerate cabochons, decorated with cave spider silk and alpaca bone, and encircled with bands of pigtail and chicken leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of smoky quartz and menaces with spikes of jute. On the item is an image of 2 square-cut gems in sandpear wood and a ginkgo tree in sandpear wood. Gonna run because kind of eepy. All right, yeah. Have a good night, and thank you very much for stopping by, Sam. Much appreciated. Okay, it seems to be climbing all the way around and swimming. Doesn't seem to have found a way in yet, but there definitely is a way. Alright, I'm gonna set the Iron Guard to kill this thing when it makes itself available. A lot of dwarves down there that could get hurt. Final verse of the Riddle of the Sphinx. Soon the Olympians knew of what their immortality cost. They feigned their contrition, mourning the lives that had been lost. They swore they'd find a way that wouldn't lead to loss of life. They showered me with riches and introduced me to my wife. I'm unfamiliar with this one. Have I heard of the mechanisms? I guess I haven't. Oh, looks like a Spearmaster is fighting it. Okay. Odom here, the Spearmaster, a creator of one of our artifacts, no less, is currently fighting the Forgotten Beast. There is a splattering of goblin blood and human blood here, and the beast has lost its ability to stand and grasp. Okay, its lower body is broken and cut open. Okay, beautiful. Keep stabbing. Okay, beautiful. Done. Good job, Odom. Last name translates to Lenscraft. Excellent. Beast Slayer. Anyone who kills a Forgotten Beast, if I remember it happening, I'm gonna give them the title of Beast Slayer. It only seems right. Johnny DeVille under his true name, Jonathan Sims. We'll have to look into it. Okay, we've got people sleeping here. This dwarf has no job. Okay, nope, they're going off to construct a building. That's fine. Okay, something that I want to do for the tavern here, for like when we do new for like when we do feasts, I want dwarves to be able to come on in and like to be able to sleep. If we have them consigned there for like a feast or something. Because if they have to go back to their rooms, then won't be able to keep track of them. And I can only imagine, yeah, Tara saying, you know, this appearance of somebody being murdered and like drained of blood, the fact that there's a vampire in this fortress is incredibly concerning. Dwarven Panopticon. Yeah, we're basically gonna have like a Panopticon party. We'll bring all the dwarves in into the tavern and be like, hey, we're gonna party until one of you falls asleep. And then when you fall asleep, we're just gonna check and see who wants to kind of treat you like a Capri Sun. And then when we find out who that is, we'll just beat them to death. Okay, more bedrooms properly assigned. That way, we can hopefully keep up with the influx of migrants. How many beds do we have right now? 3. We need more. We need more beds if this is gonna work. Me just frantically checking out all of my dwarves that are currently sleeping. Just to make sure none of them are getting slurped to death. Last thing we need is an important dwarf being drained of blood. Okay. Now then, folks, we have a we've got a bit of an interesting task here to why aren't those being those levers linking up? That's very weird. How about these? Will this one work? Ah, very weird.
Trans rights, darling.
Hey there, Cyrockanu. How you doing?
Hey, Lola.
Damp stone located. Okay, okay. Alright. So, before I forget, I'm going to start the siege corps firing these ballistas. We want them to do some more training. What the hell are you doing? Why are you taking blocks from here? This is the place where people go to shoot giant ballista arrows. You know what? I'm gonna forbid those blocks. Okay, fine. I'll unforbid the blocks so you can get that one out of the way. But then please get the hell out of the way. Forbid the rest of the blocks. Last thing we need is, like, more people, like, shooting peasants by accident. Here we go. Load and fire. Then they fall down into this trench here. Dwarves will come to collect them. And then we keep firing. This animal dissector is set to be a siege operator. They're adequate. How goes Dwarfen time? Dwarfen time goes pretty well. The biggest problem that we have right now is there's a vampire in the fortress, and we don't know who it is. Here we go. Oomph. Yes, a vampire. Okay, cool. Get all those loaded and stand by. Okay, we've got some really nice iron arrows here. Get those loaded up and be ready for when, whenever the goblins make their way down here. Lesno Kafit Lenge Rithod Sabu Idri and Commander Mausoleum one is here. That's a massive name. And of course, yeah, they seem to have gone. Okay. Said songs are usually in concept albums after fairy tales and mythology. I love a good ballad. Yeah, a song that has like an excellent story to it, you know? Okay, we need more goblets. Goblets and instruments. Okay, we have almost all of the beds made. So we're gonna hold a party here. The dwarves have been working their ass off like all year. Have a whole bunch of beds here, just as basic like bunks. So if the dwarves need to lie down and rest, they can do. And if we find anybody who, yeah, if we catch anybody doing a little dwarven Capri Sun, then we'll know who the hell it was. Open case. The murder of Melville Itabimal. Okay, so Feb Snarlingcraft is the one who found the body. Let's see if they know anything more. We're finding a lot of tetrahedrite and like gems and stuff down here. Okay, our ballistas are getting loaded up. Our bolt throwers are chock full of bolts. Okay. Now we dig open these walls and replace them with fortifications. Once that's done, we'll have our little party. The Bifrost Infinite, sci-fi, cosmic horror, Norse mythology. That sounds rad as hell. Okay, the Queen has demanded we make picks and buckets. Okay, weird things, but I mean, yeah, we can always use more. We can always use more pickaxes, and people, you know, who are willing to swing a pickaxe, especially as we dig deeper. Their albums tend not to have happy endings. Well, not every epic tale needs to end in success, and you know, that's fine, and very like very appropriate for like those kind of grim dark tales. You know, the grim fairy tales were cautionary in that, you know, don't do this dumb thing, don't do this incredibly risky thing. Human forlorn corpse. You know what? Interview that person as well. You never know what those intelligent undead are planning. All right. These weapons are all loaded up and operational. When the goblins make their way here, they'll have rows of ballistas here, and then up above, catapults and bolt throwers. We've got it all. Okay, okay, so the dining room apparently is not good enough. Guess we put in some more gem windows until she thinks that it's good enough. And then the Royal Mausoleum. Okay, she also needs 5 armor racks and 5 weapon stands. Gods know why she needs that many, but... Oh, weapon racks and armor stands. We're just gonna put in a bunch of gem windows and hope that satisfies her. Oh, and almost entirely forgot about the kitty treats. Pop some in the treat bowl. Has the highest number of named characters who survive the plot, and the big bad evil guy is very dead. Guess it says something about those kind of stories that's remarkable. We'll get him, Zelda. These at least get to be together with their lover in true restful death. Well, I suppose for a lot of those stories, that's a you know, not something that everyone can say. Oh my god, not again! Saturn Ingsat was seen being stolen. Who the hell is stealing our artifacts again? This doctor here has no job currently. They are busy stealing things. Looks like they're going off to have like a secret meeting with someone. Yeah, this elf here is like suspiciously close to our doctor here. All right. Looks like there was a witness as well. Okay, cool. We 11 witnesses saw them. Okay, okay, Azum. You're getting nicked, you slag. Oh, early autumn. Was in fact a child. I guess children are more easily corruptible in a lot of cases. Very impressionable little shits. Child just kept them, though? The hell is the point, then? His room was stuffed with artifacts? That's wild. We had the... let's see. Yeah, yeah. What's the survivor count? Okay, okay. Looks like, okay. They've passed off the artifact. This elf scholar here is getting ready to leave. So you know what that means? It means that we lock the doors. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out. This elf wants to leave so badly. Well, I'm sure we can make that happen. Theft of bleach stroke. Okay, we also interview Shem. Okay, we have an interview scheduled. Now we just kind of wait. Okay, okay. Captain of the Guard really needs to do other things here. Can't the elf exit through the cavern? Maybe. They don't seem to want to, though. They're currently socializing with other people. I don't like that these people are getting close. Oh, hey, here's the Queen conducting a meeting. An acquaintance discussed their problems with me. I don't feel very empathetic. Looks like Arya's leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. Love that. Fondness while talking with an acquaintance. Yeah, so you can corrupt other people in my civilization? No, thank you. We've got ourselves a little lockdown going on here. Until such time as our captain of the guard can finish with their interview. He is currently sleeping. He is worried due to the scarcity of cages and chains. Alright, well, luckily for him, we have plenty more that we have forged in the meantime. They can appreciate the nice silver chains that we have created to house them. And you know, we'll give them beds to sleep on because we're not complete monsters. But you know, we'll make sure that these all have some good strong doors, so that we can lock them after. This has lesbian main characters in Rose Red and Cinderella. Hell yeah. Let's see, they once again want more totems and picks. Okay. Looks like the captain of the guard is interrogating Shem right now. Finished up some work that was satisfying. Let's see what they have to say. Okay, so Shem, okay. Okay, Ezem has probably confessed here. Let's find out. Shem. Met with subject. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. Subject revealed that Shem Copperswallows is in fact an assumed identity. Subject's true name is Anna Sandcradled. Has used a different alias in the past. Early winter of 451, an unidentified creature corrupted lover subject in order to have someone act on plots and schemes in Fisher Tangle. Let's see. Subject plotted to infiltrate the Dungeon of Canyons. That's literally the goblins' civilization. So this isn't the first thing. Subject began accepting bribes in exchange for leniency. In 604, plotted to infiltrate the Immortal Trenches in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup. Corrupted Esm Bridge Growth. Revealed that they plotted to steal Bridgestroke. It's kind of hard for them to deny it, you know, since they're literally holding the treasure. Okay, okay. We're gonna have to punish Esm here, and also Shem. Alright. Let the punishment commence. Let's see, Esm is sentenced to a beating, as is Shem. Oh, okay, the beating has commenced. Looks like it's the captain of the guard. Multiple punches, cool, okay. That's it? Just a beating? Feels loathing after being beaten. High Noon over Camelot resolves the courtly love and plotline with full-on polyamory, and the most important character is a trans man. Hell yeah. Has morale improved? I like to think so. You know what? If we're gonna be beating criminals for trying to like steal our stuff, I feel like we need someone with a little more experience, a little more ability to carry out justice. This Mason here. Masons have good, like, strong hands from, like, working on, like, doing beatings and such. I would say my morale has improved. Alright, let's get these dungeons set up here. Oh, that must be the trade caravans. Okay, I was gonna say this is our caravan from the mountain home, but that's no longer the case. These are now our caravans from the outer lands. Because we are now the mountain home. If migrants have arrived despite the danger? No danger so far. Robbie, hello, how you doing today, hon? See, in Ulysses Dies at Dawn, Ulysses is probably non-binary. I love that. You know, we've got some. Actually, no, we don't need to trade the. Okay. It is time to start trading our finished goods over. And after the shitty week we've had, honestly, same. Like, it has been a rough week. Despite the fact that I only worked like 3 days of it, it's been exhausting. I would definitely accept a hug, Sid. Let's see, does Robbie want one as well? God, our ammunition is worth so much now. Oh, we'll bring over a bin of it. I don't know if we've been making all that many crafts this year. Thank you for the hug. Let's see how much. Okay, we've got a lot of silver and copper here. So quick, churn out some crafts. Ah, looks like this mausoleum one is back. Let's Oh yeah, we can also punish him for espionage against the immortal trenches. A representative? A representative of who? The nations of glazing? Well, I mean... Ah, looks like Ezum is getting their beating as well. Oh, that's a pretty thorough beating right there. I just hope that they're able to walk away after. Orpheus is played by the toy soldier. What was it? Well, hey, if you're in the Discord, feel free to pop that in the media section. I would love to hear more. Okay, we've got some finished goods bins here. God damn, ammo bins that have 19,000 dwarf bucks worth? It's wild. Let's see what we can trade. We may end up being less of a we may end up being less of an exporter of fine crafts, and we may just end up being arms dealers to the world. After all, with the serious enhancement of the bolt throwers and the ammunition that we produce, this could be an example that we set to the rest of the realm. '100th birthday party? Wow, that's honestly, that's astounding. All right, so the sniper is heading out here. Ooh, a deer man caravan has arrived as well. Excellent. Let's see. Okay, we've got plenty more items coming up for trade. Did she fall over? Okay, okay, she fell over. That's why she's technically in combat. Very silly. I hope they don't take that as combat, like, legitimately. Okay, Solar Sniper is here to trade. Happy 100th. I know, right? It's a shame that if they were to get a letter, then it would be from, you know, this president. But, it's honestly wild to think of surviving that long. Okay, looks like they're busy unloading their goods. The city of Ironspire has truly become a trade hub for this whole area. Surprised that Flinch Lizard has not attempted to make another attempt at us. Looks like we've got an ad break coming up here, so once again, everybody get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is you need to do, and we'll be right back. Alright everyone, we are back. Yeah, that's a lot of lore. I have to admit I'm not very familiar with a lot of those characters. I feel like I should be. Ironspire is Dwarven Carthage. You know, except hopefully we're, you know, unlike Carthage, you know, Carthage was happy to hire a bunch of mercenaries to do their fighting for them. But you know, Ironspire will pride themselves on getting stuff done themselves. You know, we have a whole load of siege operators who will you know, shoot our enemies to death repeatedly. And hey, Robbie, if you ever want a dwarf named after you, you are more than welcome to have one. You just need to do the put me in the game coach redeem, and we can make it happen. Okay, greetings from the outer lands. Your efforts are legend there. You know what, sure, we'll take all of these metal bars. Got some interesting gems to trade for as well. Some raw glass, which we can always carve up. We've got plenty of clay, and we have no need of this. Yeah, that was, yeah, one of the main, yeah, the fact that they had a whole bunch of, like, different mercenaries that all spoke different languages, didn't have much in the way of a, like, standing military on that front. And their commanders, you know, kept, the commanders were not all that good about, like, coordinating, with like other, you know, with other like elements of their military. They didn't like yeah, they were just not, they were not good at fighting in comparison to the Romans. They were like, hey, let's take these let's take all of these giant elephants here, our, like, you know, great asset when it comes to fighting, and we'll fight on we'll fight on like rough, uneven terrain, along with our Numidian cavalry, which were like some of the best cavalry in the world. And they put the elephants at the back of the line. It's like, why would you not put them in the front where they can just smash into enemy lines? Like, that's like they literally had to hire somebody to point that out. And then the Spartan that they hired to point all of that stuff out, you know, they promptly then chased them out of the city because they got kind of jealous of how cool they were and all of the attention they were getting. Then again, yeah, Spartans, you know, they win like one war with the help of a shitload of Greeks, and suddenly they get they get the attention of the manosphere for the rest of time. Here we go. Have all of these crafts made of cat bone, beak dog bone, this human tooth crown, a human bone ring. We didn't make those. We just kind of took them off of people who did. Yes, delightful tattered clothing. What the hell in our fortress is making large socks? And, yeah. Presumably, whatever human was assigned to do so. I didn't realize I had any humans that had, like, long-standing, residency. Look at all these bracelets and crafts made of bone. You want them. You need them. They built their entire society on very inefficiently making marginally more effective soldiers than normal. Right? And then even then, like they got outdone by people like I think it was the Parthians, who had like massive, you know, pike walls that did way better than the 3-rank deep phalanxes that they could come up with. You know, like other you know, nations having like pikemen that were like 5 ranks deep. And yeah, they really weren't like they really weren't as like famed as everybody thinks they were. Everyone else could get more people and produce more resources, yeah. And like having a smaller like military force that is like you know, marginally better at fighting than everyone is all very well and good, but at some point, if somebody can, you know, outnumber you 10-1 and wear you down, then, you know, ultimately they're more likely to be the one to win, as long as they aren't commanded by complete fools. And, you know, in case anybody forgets, like the 300 Spartans were all, you know, wiped out at Thermopylae. Yeah, well, if you kill off babies just because they won't grasp an axe, then it's just like, that's a stupid society. Yeah, these porcelain jugs are actually somewhat valuable. The kilns have been working overtime to produce some really fine jugs and bricks and statues. Because we just have a shitload of kaolinite just kind of sat there doing nothing. Wish I could trade some of these totems, but our queen would just get mad if I did. We have some crafts made of mussel shell because of all of the fishing we've been doing lately. Excellent iron crafts. We are known for it after all. We are the Ironspire. A lot of stuff here made out of cow and sheep hoof as well. Partly because we did a whole bunch of butchering recently, and it's like, yeah, let's use these up. Let's make something out of it so that we can actually export it, you know? Get it out of the map. Hell, stuff made of yak hoof and pig hoof. We don't need it. But Solar Sniper here can convince the people from the Outer Lands that they in fact want it and that they in fact need it. Hello, Royal Knight Dragon. How are you doing today? Welcome to another Fortress Friday. I hope you're having a good night. Chaos is how you doing? Excellent. Well, hey, one of our gods here is in fact the god of war and chaos. And yet we've not had a whole lot of war. Plenty of chaos has happened. Once we're done with the trading here, we need to resume our hunt for this vampire. We cannot allow them to continue roaming the fortress and just giving the bad suck to whoever they please. Yeah, pretty much my strategy for finding the vampire is going to be to get everybody in for a massive party. And once they once someone falls asleep, since they're all going to be falling asleep in the same place, the vampire should reveal themselves then, and everybody will witness it happening. Bad suck implies the existence of good suck, of course. Hydrate none shrimp? Ah, good idea. Ah, thank you. What trait does your dwarf have and why is he dead already? I'm sorry, what? Did you get a dwarf last time? Well, so hi, Mono. How you doing? No, it's a joke. Ah, okay. I was gonna say, because you can get a dwarf named after you. That is a thing that can happen. man, items made out of bones really don't sell for as much as they used to.
I'll let you raid my channel any day.
Craft Engineer, hello there. Welcome to the Cocktail Lounge. My name is Lola. I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and today we are playing some Dwarf Fortress, as is our Friday tradition. What are you streaming today? We're doing Mimesis? I don't know this one. Tell me more. Tell me about this game and how you were doing. And if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Otherwise, feel free to sit yourself down at the bar or slide into one of the booths and help yourselves, one and all, to a hot drink. To collect loot with friends, but some friends are mimics. Oh, interesting. I do love an asymmetric style game like that. I know you would wanna. Can't speak further about the good suck without violating TOS.
I'll
True.
let you raid my channel
another
any
one.
day.
A double raid. Were you also part of this, Dr. Wolf? Did you suggest who to raid? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Well, yeah, everyone welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful time streaming. Yeah, right now we are just kind of trading with the dwarves who just came in, and we are exchanging a whole bunch of crafts that we have made here in exchange for some, some gems, some metal, and of course, some giant birds called jabberers. They're like about the size of an ostrich, maybe bigger, and they are violently carnivorous and trainable for war, which makes them very desirable when it comes to having them alongside our military. We're trading some giant iron axe blades, stuff that people from the homeland can take back with them to fortify their homes. Maybe now that the queen is no longer present there, maybe the lizard demon that's been plaguing our civilization for years will finally leave them the hell alone. Maybe now they'll come out here in search for new prey. After all, the lizard demon that is kind of our civilization's nemesis has been, deeply jealous of our society for a long time. She wants to wipe us out based off of how many times she's attacked us, but also she always comes by to partake in our sporting events for some reason. Yes, a lizard demon with no skin. Her name is Flinch Lizard the Wicked Bug, and she is not well liked by our people, but we kind of have to tolerate her because she just kind of shows up and tries to dunk on us. She's Bowsette. I mean, maybe. She does have a lot in common with her, that's for sure. And yeah, because she is like a figure of jealousy and hunting, I imagine she sees the way that she attacks us as hunting her prey, as she has done for centuries. She's made a habit of murdering all of our royalty one after the other, and so, story-wise, I like to think that we made this fortress to be a place where our current queen could rely on dwarven engineering and know-how to keep her safe. and to potentially make a new capital that could be safe from the thousands of goblins who continue to be a pain in our ass for you know, for the foreseeable future. There a possibility this is toxic Yuri. In her head, I'm sure she has like a twisted obsession with us. Alright, let's bring out some ammunition for them. Okay, we've got hundreds of copper bars now, so we are going to crank out 100 more stacks of copper bolts. Because our bolt throwers are going to need them. God, I really do need to play Signalis. I've heard good things about it, but it's one of those ones I have not had. I haven't had time to play. Hey Tyrus, yeah, your dwarf did in fact die honorably in combat. It was it was very moving. They fell defending the fortress from a werebeast. You know, that early in the game, a werebeast showing up when we had nobody with any armor could basically have doomed the entire fortress. So like, so yeah, honestly, probably one of the most heroic deaths in the fortress. How you doing, Tyrus? Okay, let's see. The deer men are set up. They've brought a fine supply of metal here. We will happily take that off of their hands once the ammunition gets here. Sundari Demon, I'm just hunting you for sport. It's not like I like you or anything, stupid dwarf queen. Did you mean to click that one, Tyrus? Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. And I will keep that in mind. All right, we want more metal ballista arrows here where the people can reach them. Let's see. The Duchess Terra of Ironspire meets with a dear woman diplomat. Greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. It's such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Looks like they have shared some more information. News and rumors. So it looks like they have a whole lot of reports about the Cult of Starving, which is set up in the Goblin Fortress of Diamond Scorpion. A blinder is there? No, put me in the game, coach. I thought there was. Let me see here. It's 100 channel points now. Ooh, hydrating on shrimp. Okay. And there's another migrant wave. Thanks for the headpad, Sid. Okay, so the Queen still wants thank you for the delicious egg. Alright, so the dining room is still not grand enough for her. Let's start putting some porcelain statues in here, since we can just kind of make a whole bunch of those. It looks like the queen is conducting a meeting. This carpenter here, Cadol, is yelling at someone in charge. Okay, so, Tyrus, do you have a particular preference for a type of dwarf? Ikwa was an agent. And they're gone. Now the warrior must take up the name. Fair enough. Alright. Scrungly dude, let's go. Alright, Burango wants their fortune told here. So, we'll grab that real quick. How does the queen feel about... doesn't feel anything while being yelled at by an unhappy citizen and while being cried on. Honestly, I think that's kind of cool though. Like if she doesn't feel anything while being yelled at, then I feel like that makes her the perfect therapist. So Dwarf is alive and well. Looks like she is currently on her way to harvest some plants. Feels satisfied at work, euphoric due to inebriation, delighted about having a truly decadent drink. And I suppose it's not necessarily callous, but just emotionally resilient. Alright, Burango. A ship in the harbor is safe, but that is not what ships are for. Take risks and venture out of your comfort zone. If you don't move beyond where you are today, you will never have more or be more. There is a trip that you've been thinking of taking. Go. You'll make some valuable new contacts. Your lucky numbers are 39, 25, 50, 3, 8, and 32. Okay. Okay. We're going to pull this lever and lock these doors. You are very welcome. Oh, now that we've successfully traded, let's get those jabberers down to the nest. With all of these adult jabberers, we could make a hell of a war squad here. They got like a squad of very powerful warriors indeed. Okay, yeah. Let's just sell this whole bin of ammunition. We will take your we will take all of your the metal that you brought. We'll take these books and this paper. These scrolls look interesting. Do you have anything else that might be interesting? You've got a lot of plants. They could make okay. You've got a let's see. You do not have any interesting looking animals, which is a shame. Ooh, instruments. I definitely want instruments. Because instruments are not something that we can reliably replicate from other civilizations. And we might have bards in our tavern who might want to play those instruments. Jazz music or jizz music, as George Lucas called it. You can look it up if you don't believe me. That is 100% true. Yes. Ah, I see Burango knows. Yes. And a practitioner of jizz music is known as a jizz wailer. That is also very true. Okay, so exclude other squads here. Let's start bringing in people from that from those Royal Guard. Other people who might be useful. People who don't necessarily have professions that we'll miss too deeply. All right. Actually, you know what? We don't need them to be Thank you, Robbie. You know what? We'll make Tyrus the captain of the guard, because right now it's very important that oh, wait, that was someone else. Okay, no, never mind. We're gonna make yeah, here we go. The captain of the rough turquoises. You are now Tyrus, the second of their name, of Ironspire. Weak with extremely sparse hair, very long braided beard, very long braided sideburns, and very long neatly combed mustache. Very long braided hair, nose and ears are broad, nose bridge is somewhat concave, dark brown skin is wrinkled, raw umber eyes are somewhat narrow, hair is light brown with flecks of grey, has an amazing memory, a sharp intellect, an ability to read emotions fairly well, has quite poor focus. He does not find most jokes humorous, is always tense and jittery, enjoys being in crowds, is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance. Oof. Likes a little excitement now and then, is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult. Does not often feel lustful, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is quick to form negative opinions about things after the scarcity of cages and chains. Tends not to be swayed by emotional appeals, occasionally overindulges, doesn't hold on to grievances, likes to keep things practical without delving into the abstract, has a menacing stare when angry. Interesting. And yeah, so Tyrus is the one who's responsible for interrogating people. And if necessary, forcing confessions out of them. So, we're not going to necessarily put them in charge of a military squad when they have so many more important duties, like, investigating people and shouting at them until they give us, the secrets that they're holding on to. Personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals due to after seeing a goblin poet die. Sees power over others as something to strive for, and finds those that engage in trade and commerce fairly disgusting, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes native copper, gold, yellow jasper, woolly mason bee wool, dresses, the sound of the prim phrase and the sight of the sensual laces. When possible, prefers to consume Longland beer and absolutely detests toads. Very interesting. Okay, it's not torture, it's enhanced interrogation. True. Let's see, the Amethyst Hall now needs to be a Grand Guild Hall. Okay. Let's see. More iron tables should do the trick. Said nothing about frogs, just toads. I mean, frogs, toads, they're technically, you know, all toads are frogs, but not all frogs are toads. Okay. I like making my guild halls just have like a long, basically like a feasting table where people can get together and, you know, just like discuss their craft. We'll engrave the walls to make it, you know, a little more fancy. And we'll see if that satisfies the
Hello?
tradition.
It's a raid.
A phoenix named Ash. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola. I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked. And today, we are playing Dwarf Fortress, as is our Friday tradition. What are we streaming today? Can I get a shout out? Am I able to tell which civ is which? Let's see. What do you, by which civ do you mean? Oh, hi, Roboto. How you doing? I just noticed you there. Streaming Vintage Story. I've heard a lot of good things about that. Hope you're having a good time. The fort is going very well. We are now the mountain home, so we are the place that all the dwarves come to well, at least all the dwarves of our civilization. We're you know, so that is going very well for us. Okay, so hydrate, now the unshrimp.
Welcome to the cocktail lounge. Please enjoy your stay.
Lot to learn and I'm still quite bad. Well, hey, that's always how it starts, right? What's the saying? Sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. And that's honestly how Dwarf Fortress is as well. Speaking of being good at something, we need our armor smiths to make some new, like a full set of steel armor. Because we have a new militia squad here, and we're gonna need them to be fully decked out. How dare you misquote the Lord and Savior Jake the dog? Is that? I thought that was what the... I thought that was the phrase. Let's see. All right, so with all of the stuff taken care of here, as far as trading is concerned, it's time to discover who the vampire is amidst us. Yes, I said amidst us. Not making an Among Us joke. Okay, okay. We're gonna activate the oh shit burrow. That serves two purposes. One, it gets everybody together to start socializing. And two, it brings everybody into the same place. If somebody falls asleep in the tavern, then hopefully the vampire will reveal themselves and set upon the a sleeping dwarf. Because if there's one thing a vampire cannot resist, it's a sleeping dwarf. It's the only time that they will drink from someone in fortress mode. Alright, so everyone is getting together to eat some food. Looks like we've got some prepared dog lung here. Delicious. Alright, now the burrow does include the kitchens and the stills, so we can actually get some meals going here. Yes, prepare some fine meals. That way our dwarves can eat in style. We've got someone eating a beak dog heart roast. It's made of beak dog intestines, kidneys, intestines, and heart. Sounds basically like a sausage. I do love how lungfish are just like they just kind of hang out, you know. Just flap around, occasionally suffocating to death. You don't even need to be a fisher, really. You can just kind of grab them out of the air. God, look at all those jabberers ready for war. That area here is going to be our next barracks. An ordinary sausage, perhaps? Is that a reference? Okay, we've got people who are like sleeping here. They're embarrassed to be sleeping without a proper room, but you know, it's worth it to get people socializing. Okay, we've got people listening to stories, dining in a legendary dining room. Looks like Lenny here is feeling good due to inebriation. This Miller here just kind of hanging out near a door. Peasant, content after putting on a finely crafted item. Yeah, we've got a bin here full of some very nice crafts. And like bits of, just things that someone can just grab from the bin to wear. You know, we love having the ability to just let people grab whatever instruments they want or whatever clothing they want. You know, they don't have to pay for it. This is a society in which money is not a thing. We're going to put out all of these instruments so people can play them if they want. Tragically, the cats are massacring the lungfish. That sounds about right. Yeah, this is definitely good for the dwarves. They all very much needed to get some like downtime. we almost have a full 200, and a lot of them are not very happy right now. Some of them are like discontent or like miserable, and we need to give them some good thoughts. Looks like our manager is hanging out here discussing acquaintances' problems. Kova is looking at a performance, is enjoying talking, is having intellectual discussions. Love this. You flopped into the wrong neighborhood, friend. Archangel is discussing their problems, watching performances. Looks like Arya is listening to poetry, as is Jamie. We've got people drinking, sleeping. Yeah, this is all very good. Some people are still, you know, taking care of some business before they finish up. And there they go, off to drink. All right, the Metalsmiths Guild is now a grand guild hall. You know what? The Iron Guard deserves a break too. Let's get them in here. They've been training for so long now. Yeah, put down your weapons, put down your armor, get in here, take a load off. And whilst you're all doing that, let's have ourselves a little bit of entertainment, shall we? When will we get classless and non-hierarchical? You know, I don't know. I like we've already gotten stateless, and well, we've already got moneyless society. You know, one out of 3 ain't bad. Okay, so in here we've got a couple of cages of monsters that dared try to hurt us. Specifically, we have a Cyclops and we have a Giantess. And I'm curious, what do you think? We'll make ourselves a little prediction here. This is your chance to earn a little extra hot drinks. In a couple of moments, in a couple of minutes, we will in a couple of minutes we will let these cages go, and then the Cyclops in here is going to fight this Giantess. Now the Cyclops, smaller, scrappier, potentially able to learn faster. The Giantess, much larger, potentially dumber. And in Dwarf Fortress, they do have like the smaller creature gets a dodge bonus because it's easier to dodge something that is larger than you. And that's why it's harder to hit things like kittens or whatever. So yeah, we're gonna let them both out, and we're gonna see which one can pummel the other to death. It's hard to hit kittens because you can't see through your tears. Yeah, some things truly are monsters in the ability to hit kittens. Let's see, Sid is delighted after watching a performance. Bitter getting into an argument. Fun talking with an acquaintance. It feels empathy discussing their problems. Oh, she's made a friend. I love that. You vote Cyclops? All right, let's Let's crack open the cages and find out. Looks like we've got a dwarf over here coming to pull the lever. All right. The two of them have sprung from their cages. Oh, instantly going in for the wrestling. Giantess grabs the Cyclops by the third finger on their right hand with their left arm. The Cyclops then punches the Giantess in the upper right leg. The Giantess scratches the Cyclops in the left lower arm, tearing the muscle and denting the bone. Oof. And it pulls the left elbow, tearing apart muscle and tearing apart more muscle. With her fingernails, no less. Jeez, that's rough. Regret. Okay, looks like the Cyclops stands up, punches the Giantess in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the heart. The Cyclops punched the Giantess in the chest so hard that it bruised the heart? That could potentially turn things around for her. The Giantess is winded from that attack. Okay, a couple more steps. Okay, the Giantess, okay, Cyclops punches them in the upper left leg again. Okay. Yep, bruising the heart. Giantess misses the Cyclops on the counterattack. There's another punch to the kidney. The Cyclops says, "I've been wounded." That's very annoying. Giantess misses twice. There's a punch to the right hand from the Cyclops. The Force twists the left hip. Giantess misses. Cyclops then punches the Giantess in the gut. It bruises the fat. The Giantess looks sick. Looks like she might be able to pull back from this. We'll find out. Whoa. There's a whole lot more blood just gushing over the place. Cyclops punches the right hand again, and the right hand once again. Giantess charges at the Cyclops, who jumps away. Cyclops punches she just keeps punching that hand. And then finally, the Force pulls the right wrist, tearing apart the Giantess's muscle and bruises the bone. Tears apart more muscle, bruises bone and ligaments. The Cyclops then punches in the upper left arm. Another charge. The Giantess is swinging, but I feel like she's tiring now. With how much with a bruised heart and all of those like torn muscles, she's getting more and more desperate, charging again and again. And then here, the Cyclops bites the Giantess in the lower body, tearing the fat. Yeah, she's really getting nasty with this. But she is bleeding heavily, and so is the Giantess. Let's see, the Cyclops is a dabbling biter, a novice wrestler. Yeah, it looks like the Giantess is kind of a dabbling wrestler as well. Neither of them are particularly skilled here. Whoa. Okay, they are literally grappling on the same tile as one another. Okay, the Cyclops kicks the Giantess in the guts. She looks sick. There's a bite to the foot. An artery has been opened up. Like that could be what cinches it. They pull apart. They're both very tired. The Giantess is unconscious. There's a bite to the lower body. Okay, the Cyclops bites the giantess in the upper body, tearing the muscle and bruising the liver. She is now literally shaking the giantess around like a dog, like just with a toy. Now she's kicking the giantess in the head. Now that the giantess has fallen unconscious, the Cyclops is just going to hit the head over and over again. But can she get a killing blow, or will she fall unconscious, overexerting herself? Let's find out. More blood splattering across the arena floor. There it is. We have our champion. Eo Elabe Fanimi, the Cyclops, emerges victorious. The Cyclops had a devastating the giantess had a devastating head start. But then the Cyclops pulled it back. Hi there, Kate. How you doing? Alright, now by the grace of the gods, because this creature cannot heal up by themselves, we give her the ability to heal herself now. Now she's just kind of wandering around. Don't worry. We'll let her back into a cage once we have a chance. How you doing, Kate? It's good to see you. There is nothing so important that it is worth telling a lie. Feels empathy, remembering discussing the spouse's problems. Oh! Got home from a church Christmas thing with your mom? Hell yeah. Let's see. Ovad Zoloth Amos, the trapper, is taken by a Fey mood. They're a furnace operator and an armor smith as well as a trapper, so... Ooh, they could end up making a piece of armor. Okay. We'll let them out of the burrow. Okay, this way she can go and pursue her artifact. Oh my god, please say that you're taking a forge. I would love to get a piece of armor. Yes. Here we go. What is she going after? I am indeed just a... Okay. But it has been over 30 minutes, so... Scrungly Dude is going away. That means y'all get to see feet for a moment here. Look at those little buns. Alright, let's see. I want to take a look here. Oh, she's going to become a legendary armor smith. Okay. What metal does she have? She doesn't have any metal right now, or does she? I know, in this economy? Alright, we're going to forbid all iron and all gold, all silver, all copper, nickel, zinc, bronze, brass. I just want it to be steel. I don't care if it's just like a single boot, but I want this to be a piece of steel armor. Alright, Ovad, show me what you can do. Where's she? Okay, she's got some steel. Perfect. The rest of it I will leave up to her. Emerald cut shawls. Okay. Clear tourmalines. Nice. She's going to get some silk, maybe? Unicorn leather. Ooh, okay, beautiful. This is a dwarf with some taste. And some llama leather. Okay, okay. It's still not done. Some dendritic agates. That's like a couple of different types of gems already. Going back for more llama wool. Okay. This llama wool is, the thread is rose taupe with a mixture of emerald dye and red root dye. Cannot find needed item. Must have metal bars, cut gems, rough gems, tanned hides. Could afford laser hair removal and bottom surgery and maybe some lipo. Yeah, I feel that. I know people have a lot that they want to get done. Okay, okay. A lot of people who are busy socializing right now. I feel like that will definitely help their moods. Okay, but at the same time, we want to make sure that this artifact gets made. So we'll pause the burrow. It's going to be really important that that these dwarves get to make their stuff. Okay, what is she missing? She needs bones. Okay, okay, okay. What animal do we butcher up here to get her the bones she needs? Could do a beak dog. That would mean that she gets some very cool bones there. We've got a ton of just regular dogs around the fortress, but unicorn, yeah. Let's get some unicorn bone. That's a very valuable product. All right, everybody, you are free to leave the burrow and go and do your thing. Also, definitely gonna make sure that she's in for armor smithing, because if she makes this artifact, she's gonna become a legendary armor smith. Okay, we have our unicorn. Archangel making some steel breastplate. Excellent. We have native gold somewhere? Hi, your average lesbian. How you doing today? It's good to see you. They've begun. feel like if I got rid of your gut and got a more... I mean, yeah, honest, that would probably help. Surgery can help on that, but, you know, it's also good to make sure that that you're doing some good exercise as well. Weather is super lovely today. It's very cold here, but I'm okay with that. Yeah, I love when it starts cooling down. Let's get those iron ballista arrows going. The only problem with all of that is while everybody did have a good time and is listening to poetry, it didn't help us find out who the vampire is. Hi Reki, how you doing? Congrats on the rebrand. I was telling people I can finally, you know, raid your channel without getting the name wrong. Hope you're having a good night. Happy Fortress Friday. Uvad Zoloth Amos the Trapper has created Kafeshmozir, a steel left gauntlet. She claims it is a personal treasure. Okay, you know what? She can have it then. If it's just one left gauntlet, being Thanos out here. This is a steel left gauntlet. All Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama wool and encircled with bands of unicorn leather and llama leather. This object menaces with spikes of dendritic agate and unicorn bone. On the item is an image of Gloss Crushed the Steel Warhammer in steel.
Trans rights.
Damn it. You succeeded as that was a point. Well, hey, I'm really glad that you have. And thank you for spending time here. Like, honestly, that means a lot. On the item is an image of dwarves in clear tourmaline. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Ironspire, the Scraped Skies. That's us. 19,000 dwarf bucks. So honestly, that's great. Like as a piece, even if it isn't going to be a full set. So hellola, Scrap King Keda. It is good to see you. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's definitely annoying, but the upside is that was a Fey mood, which means that that dwarf is now a legendary armor smith. And spending time here just bad at talking. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I hear so many people who say that, you know, they like spending time here, or that they think I'm cool or whatever, and I'm just like, really? Like, I feel like I haven't heard from a lot of people who, you know, that they just kind of lurk and they enjoy kind of being here, which, you know, I'm really flattered. Speaking of people who hang out in my channel and who I don't necessarily, I don't feel as cool as. Hi there, Haneru. How you doing? It's my twin. Everyone go follow Haneru. She was born on the same day and the same year as me, which is why we are VTuber twins. How you doing? What have you been up to? You hunting? Ooh, nice. We need to hunt more. Okay, so the airlocks are down, by which I mean the bridges that would keep this thing trapped in. So, bang, we've caught them. We're gonna pop the Cyclops back out to fight in a second. This Cyclops is basically gonna become our like arena champion, you know, a little kind of a gladiator. But we need her to be we need her to have a little something extra, something that that sets her apart from other Cyclopses, you know. Well, everyone has gone back to working. I hope the hunting is going well, and that the bullshit is staying to a minimum. All right. Well, with the feast over, let's get the ballistas back on training. I feel like we're a bit we're feeling very suspicious of our enemies because we've not actually had any. We've not had another siege yet. I feel like we're tempting fate. Goblins have got to show up again sometime, right? So, get firing those ballistas. 4 kills this match? Hell yeah. Get firing those arrows. You there, small child. Bring those arrows back. And then we reuse them. Shunk. Need to yeah. You're the rusty. We need you to hone your skills. Oh hey, these people are pretty damn good siege operators, so let's get them practicing as well. Thank you. I have a lot of trouble believing that I'm cool, and it's always lovely to hear from other people. I'm just like, are you sure? Like me? Yeah. You know, I suppose if you did describe me to other people and like the things that
well,
I've
it's a raid.
Raid? Goblin King? Wow! Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola. I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and tonight is Dwarf Fortress night. Ooh, Total War Warhammer 3. Love playing that game. I don't think I could ever stream it, but how you doing? How was it? Did you play any of the new legendary lords? Did you try out the new like I've recently been dabbling with Wulfric the Wanderer and his like new like naval like conquest and stuff. Like the mask. Oh shit. I've gotta let my wife know that the mask is in the game now. She loves the mask. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Mask is oh, words. That doesn't sound good. Oh my god, yet another cat that just accidentally jumps in front of a ballista bolt while we're training. Amazing. How many pets are we going to lose to ballistas? This is very silly. Mask is probably the strongest faction in the game. Okay. So I've always enjoyed Slaanesh factions. For like, I've always loved the idea of like seducing other factions into doing my bidding. You know, being able to use their units. Being able to, you know, like to turn them to be my allies like slowly over time by like infiltrating their societies and like slowly seeding the corruption and, you know, beating them without ever having to directly declare war on them. I think that's really cool. And then, you know, Demonettes have been in sore need of a buff for a long time. So I'm glad that they got a buff. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But yeah, if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Otherwise, feel free to sit down at one of the bar stools here, or slide into one of the booths, and help yourselves one and all to a hot drink. Talk about this forever. Yes. No. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Like I get it. Like I could hyperfixate on these kind of things for ages too. All right, so this is going to be the barracks for the rough turquoises. Let's get them training. The Iron Guard have already trained for a long time. The Snarling Trades are currently... Okay, we'll set them to staggered training. All right, yeah, I will, yeah, I'll hold you to that. You know, it's kind of weird. We didn't get a... Let's see, this metalsmith is meditating on chaos. She feels pleasure remembering putting on an exceptional item. I love that for her. Okay, I'm gonna assign them the Iron Guard uniform. The Iron Guard uniform is, you know, steel armor, leather cloak, individual choice of melee weapon. In fact, to that end, we have a lot of steel, and if we want dwarves to be able to have their choice of melee weapon, we should damn well give them more melee weapons to choose from. And hell, our dwarves have been practicing very hard at cranking out ammunition. Doesn't mean we're gonna stop cranking out ammunition though. More iron bolts, just to make sure that all of the weaponsmiths who get to this are gonna be ready to give them the best possible choice. That's a shitload of tetrahedrite. That's more copper and silver. Winter is upon us. Sid is asleep here, so is Metha. We've got a fair few sleeping dwarves, and now that I know that there's a vampire here, very wary about any dwarves sleeping, because I kind of have to check in on them to make sure that they aren't getting just slurped dry. Okay, I'm gonna link up this Cyclops and link up this dwarf, because you might remember that there's something about this dwarf. That dwarf is cursed to become a werebeast. Okay, our mayor wants more totems. That's fine. Our weaponsmith's already getting fat stacks of iron bolts ready. We must be careful not to waste. Competent weaponsmith. Yeah, I think this was one of the apprentices that got leveled up previously. That got, like, apprenticed previously here. All these traps and ammunition are really going to, oh. Transformed into a werehorse. Okay, okay. Other two cages linked up? Not yet. I need this one linked up. Why are we keeping a werebeast? You'll see. Why not keep a werebeast? I mean, that also is a valid response. The biggest reason that we're keeping a werebeast is the same reason that I'm keeping a Cyclops. Remember that I said that I was going to train up that Cyclops to be a gladiator to deal with some of our more problematic prison guests? Well, the Cyclops is, as we saw, a bit of a scrappy fighter. It's, it's fairly competent, but needs some training. But also, it has a problem. It cannot heal up by itself. But werebeasts heal up after they turn back into, whether they turn into a werebeast or whether they revert back to their original form. Perhaps you can see where I'm going with this. Well, hello, Amara. How you doing today? It's good to see you. What you up to today? You can indeed werebeastify Cyclopses. they are a sentient creature, even if they are not very intelligent. They are self-aware enough that they can be cursed to spread lycanthropy of some sort. And so that's why we've got the Cyclops and the Werehorse dwarf here, held behind multiple layers of bridges and doors, just in case it breaks containment. We want to make sure that there are multiple layers of containment. These dwarfs are, you know, very green in many ways, but they're oh, this one is already a legendary spear dwarf. Hopefully he'll be able to pass along some of that knowledge. I'm really grateful that the Goblin Queen brought in so many legendary warriors. Ooh, this weaponsmith is leading a demonstration. Other people around are watching and becoming more skilled for it. Okay, this metalcrafter is sleeping. I keep looking around now, just anytime I see a dwarf asleep, and it's just like, have you been drunk? Have you been drank? Are you alive? Okay. I feel like Tyrus should be fine with the amount of cages and chains we have now. They're going to eat, and they've got a beak dog lung roast here. Taking it to their dining room, just nom 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 nom. Why do they not have a table in here? Just eating it on a stool. There aren't enough dining tables. It's annoying. I'll get it sorted. God, this music is so good. I love it. Oh, hey, yeah, we really did find platinum. I love that. Okay, now that we've made another 100 stacks of iron bolts, let's start making some real good weapons. Steel short swords, we'll make 20 of them. Steel spears, again, 20. What other weapons could we make? Maces, Battle axes, there we go. Again, 20. Now, we could make some steel warhammers, but we've got a shitload of silver. So, I say silver warhammers. Because you might think, if you're new to Dwarf Fortress, You might wonder why we're making warhammers out of silver, because silver's a pretty soft metal. Well, in Dwarf Fortress, the density of the metal is all that matters. So when it comes to blunt weapons like maces and warhammers, silver is the best weapons grade metal that the game will allow you to make warhammers out of. So yeah, silver is indeed good for clobbering. Look at that. Stacks on stacks of iron bolts. Bonk, bonk, motherfuckers, exactly. And so with a vast variety of weapons, our dwarves will be able to pick whatever the hell we want. Okay, these dwarves are starting to get hungry and thirsty from neglecting their needs to load and fire these ballistas. So we'll just have them loaded for now. And they can take a load off. But they're getting good at their jobs. This one here, though, we'll make some bone bolts. My dwarves are depressed. Some of my dwarves are depressed. Give them nicer clothes. I have been. Clothing is definitely OP, though. I will give you that. A ghost has arisen. Oh my god. Another. All right, get a slab up. Ooh, Ari is making some masterpiece steel spears here, as are a few other dwarves. Good. Current Ford has a child who grew up strapped to his mother's back as she slaughtered goblins, and she's just like, yeah. Okay, the dining room and the mausoleum still need improving? God damn. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do, though. There's a command here called Tailor. Automatically keep your dwarves in fresh clothing. Once a day, this plugin...
says trans rights.
Trans rights, hell yeah. Once a day, this plugin will scan the clothing situation in the fort. If there are fresh clothes available, dwarves who are wearing tattered clothing will have their rags confiscated, so that they re-equip with replacement clothes. If there are not enough clothes available, manager orders will be generated to manufacture some more. Tailor will intelligently create orders using raw materials that you have on hand in the fort. So, enable Tailor. There we go. That should definitely help out with the situation. Dyeing the clothes is just an infinite joy hack. It really is. Like, there's so many beautiful colors you can do now. We have any dyes that we can use? Okay, we do. All right, cloth. Today, you die. Bayberry dye, beautiful. Bilberry dye, that's a cool purple color. Watch the new Krug video, EP. Yeah, how was it? I loved it. Coffee bean dye? Okay, so now it should just create more clothing as and when we need it. Yeah, failed plans. Like, I love that he created the name like failed plans. Like, but it's actually been a pretty successful fort so far. It's so good to see Krug back. I will admit I was very concerned for him. The faltering engine of sieges would also have worked. That'd be quite a name, wouldn't it? You know, I'm a little disappointed that the goblins have not attacked more. Like, look at all these rows of siege weapons that we've got ready. Okay, Ghost has been put to rest. A dwarf has gone juts? What? No. A dwarf has been put to rest. Was a dwarf stumbling around obliviously? Like, I'm sure it's fine. I don't think they were really that valuable if they were just gonna stumble around obliviously. Clearly not somebody who was really pulling their weight. Whereas Lenny Dwarf, real Lenny is bathing. Let's see. Just surrounding our entrance with some nasty weapon traps. Let's see. Lenny is displeased, but got into an argument, made them bitter. Blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom, satisfied at work. Okay. Looks like some crafting of new clothes has begun. Since we're at a pretty good place right now, I'm gonna have people automatically collect webs. That way we can go back down and into the caverns and grab some more. Make him the happiest dwarf. Very well. By the power of Twitch chat. Command finished successfully. Lenny is now ecstatic. Anything fun so far in this fort? We've had a fair few forgotten beasts. We've had a siege. We had a titan that was a big spider that came in and wiped out a couple of elf trade caravans. So we're kind of worried that the elves might be going to war with us. And like, but yeah, so far, like that's pretty hype as far as that's pretty good shit that's happening. This is the fortress from the outside. Ironspire, the Scraped Skies. I've got the fortress set up so that it's we never surrender any single part of the fortress, without a fight. It's all set up into these like modular bubbles with siege weapons, with doors, with traps. There's even a bunker here with multiple bolt throwers, just in case they get through here. And then on the level above, massive amounts of bolt throwers, catapults, and floor bars. These bolt throwers are set up next to floor bars so that if they do breach this door, the bolt throwers can fire directly down. Yeah, like I never want to surrender a single part of this fortress without making them fight like hell for it. And so up here, we've got catapults and bolt throwers. So if they break through any part of these, or if they try to flank around it, we've got multiple overlapping lanes of fire. I tested it. So over here, we were able to successfully test fire the bolt throwers. They were able to fire directly down into here and just absolutely shred it. And I actually have the VODs up here. 100% steal that. That's so awesome. Hell yeah, I'm glad. I welcome anybody like stealing my ideas. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want me out of the PJs, Metha? Is that better? Okay. What's that in the cage trap? A snatcher. Speaking of which, we are going to, we're going to put the snatcher through, a little trial. If the snatcher can make it out of the barracks with these, fresh raw recruits with their brand new weaponry and barely any training, well, then he's free to go. Smile. All right, we're getting new silk from the caverns. Perfect. Execution. Yeah, I mean, it's execution, probably. It's also target practice for our fresh new military here. If they can, I would much rather they get them used to death now by fighting goblins that we've captured, rather than them freaking out in the middle of combat for real. I fear your level of drink. Oh, it's gone back down. Oh yeah, we used to be in like the 1,000, like over 1,000. That's okay. We've got plenty of drinks. We've got plenty of fruit and plants we can brew up. Also, we have a shitload of honeycomb. Yeah, mostly just a lapse in production there. Let's get that set up nicely. Oh, and you'll be happy to know, our queen, despite having a dwarven name, is in fact a goblin herself. Okay, she is ordering breastplates. Honestly fair. It's good to keep making more breastplates. But yeah, our society has been highly cosmopolitan. the goblins integrated centuries ago. They are very much on board with the principles of Graf's dwarfship and all of the other dwarven civilization morals and ethics. They're even taking on our names. The past 5 queens and kings successfully have been goblins. They've all been murdered by a rather jealous demon queen. I like to think that she's purposefully going after them because she doesn't like the idea of her toys getting away. And so she's repeatedly invaded our mountain home before we became the mountain home. And she is also, but she always goes back to participate in their sporting events for some reason. And like for most of the time, but not every time, she has been the winner. I kind of see her as like a wrestling heel almost. Everybody kind of hates her, but she still shows up because she thrives on the booze. Like she thrives on being jeered and reviled. As a demon would, yeah. She is also, she was brought into this world to, by an evil god in order to, ponder the ineffability of hunting. Empowered by your hate, your spite fuels me. Exactly, exactly. Okay, the tailor command taking care of all of this for me. Honestly, really happy about that. When did we get coffee cherries? Are there coffee trees out here? It's wild. Ooh, midnight blue? Okay, okay. God, there are so many cool colors now. Okay, Lenny appears to be cleaning up the trade depot for some reason.
Trans rights. Fuck turfs.
Hell yeah. If you like that, Redeem, there is actually a bunch of different randomly chosen people who say that. So if you ever want to become part of the trans rights rotation, you can send me a sound file and I'll put it in.
This world can burn unless we get some trans rights.
And so on. Ah, look at this tree farm. This tree farm is coming in really well. I basically dug a like 2Z level deep pit in the soil and let the spores grow naturally so we could just get our own mushroom trees without having to go down into the caverns. There's also a bunch of just wild mushrooms down here that we can pluck if ever we get low on food. That way, if we ever come under siege and we need to, like lock the doors, we won't be short of food or drinks. Right, pull the lever. Slaughter the goblins. Oh no, another one. Vutok Enkosolon the Woodcrafter has been found dead, completely drained of blood. He fell asleep in the middle of the stockpile? Did anyone see it? Apparently people are accusing Ezum, the person who was passing off an artifact. Okay, okay. How fleeting is life. Be gone, fear. All right. Let's take her in for questioning. In fact, let's take a look. She is 101 years old. What happened to that goblin? They were snatching children, so we let them go free in the middle of in the middle of the barracks there. You can see that they were quite pulverized. Just as this one was. This one here had an iron cap. We're gonna melt that down. Alright, where's Tyrus? We need some okay. Is he dumping an item? Ah, okay. We're gonna go and dump some tattered clothing. Now, I think you'll like where the tattered clothing gets dumped. It's kind of far down, and we might need to reconfigure some things to make it easier in the future. They throw it directly into the magma sea. If I were to build out into the caverns and like seal off this area, I could make it a much taller chute. Yeah, so basically what I did was I dug a channel here and then surrounded it with a block wall to prevent any magma splashing back up and burning people accidentally. And then you just make a zone 2 Z levels long. One for where the dwarf should stand when they dump the item, and one over the gap. So they'll throw it directly down into the magma sea, just deleting it forever. It also kind of helps free up some of the frame rate. Yeah, I love helping people learn about this stuff. Exactly. Yeah, honestly, like teaching people about Dwarf Fortress is like one of my favorite things. Yeah, I've made that mistake before as well. But yeah, it's wonderful how long people have been in this game, how much you can learn, and yet still have so much more to do. You can and yet, you know, someone who's been playing Dwarf Fortress for 10 years will learn something from somebody who's been playing the game for 3 months. And yeah, the age-old wisdom gets shared back and forth between like new people. And yeah, it just it's great. Usually just use an atom crusher. I occasionally use an atom smasher, but like I find it too inefficient myself. Because you have to like manually raise it and lower it and just that to me is that's a lot. Okay. The floor for this level has been created. Okay, we'll worry about dealing with that maybe next time. Oh, what the hell? Ika Zostrakuno, the representative, has transformed into a were-giraffe? Where the hell are they? I'm gonna pull this lever to let the werehorse out here and the cyclops out here, but also kind of need to find that were-giraffe. Where the hell are they? Okay. Iron Guard, get on training. Equip your armor, equip your weapons. We cannot allow a were-giraffe in the fortress. Did they leave the map? I don't know. It said they transformed right there and they just kind of left some possessions. A human tooth crown, an elf bone bracelet, and a goose bone earring. I feel like they're just kind of stalking the fortress now. Oh wait, here. It looks like they found they got found by a jabberer. War jabberer attacks the representative, bites the representative, grabs them again, places a chokehold on the representative with their upper left leg, strangled them repeatedly. Representative bites the war jabberer. Well, it's a good thing jabberers cannot get lycanthropy. Oh, here's his corpse. Okay, so the jabberer just kind of stepped on its throat until it suffocated to death. That's hilarious. The representative doesn't even have a combat log. Yeah, the war jabberer charges, like knocked over. War jabberer strangles his throat. The representative like struggled back occasionally, but yeah, I think we're okay. All right, in that case, someone come on over here. I want to see what happens when this Cyclops fights the werehorse. Lock the doors, lock it all down. And let's get it started. Oh boy, there we go. That's a fight. This so-called monster slayer versus our Cyclops. Okay, Cyclops starts out grabbing them. There's a collide. Cyclops takes the werehorse monster slayer down by the head. This is some great this is some wrestling shit here. Werehorse kicks the Cyclops in the hand. Okay. Here we go. There's some blood. Let's see. The werehorse says, "I was confined. I don't feel guilty about it. And I miss having art in my life. There's nothing to be dejected about." Cyclops throws the werehorse monster slayer, punches them in the left foot, and the injured part explodes into gore. Oh my god, this werehorse might not actually get a chance to bite the Cyclops. Oh, turned back into a human, and then dead. Into a dwarf, rather. Were they were injured, though. They were injured. How did they get injured? Death. This is truly horrifying. Okay, Cyclops punched it in the head. Okay, the werehorse. Okay, there must be a point where they... Okay. Okay, but how did they get hit then? Okay, I don't see any instance where the werehorse actually attacks. How did she get... Her upper body is cut open. You know what? Let's just... because we can. Okay, selected unit is cursed. She must at some point have bitten the Cyclops. Alright, so we're going to lower the airlock and we're going to allow the Cyclops to get out so that they step in the cage trap while they're still a Cyclops. Because they only, because they don't have Trap Avoid while they are a Cyclops. So here we go. They run out. They look for someone to attack. Clunk. They're in a cage trap. They're back to being our little hat. Okay, the Iron Guard can go back to being off-duty. They're already pretty much legendary. We don't need them to be constantly training when there's work to do. Now then, let's check the murder interview with the vampire. Met with subject. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject was cagey and refused to comply. In retrospect, interrogator may have completely misjudged subject's character. No, I'm not. There were literally 20 witnesses. I'm not letting her off just because she was like, nah, didn't do it. All right, do another interview, Tyrus. They're getting a drink at the Metalsmiths Guild Hall. Taking a big old sip of Sandpear cider there. Just jump to conviction. No, I want to make sure that there's no like loyalty cascade or anything. And I want to be able to basically lock them up forever. Because if you can lock them in a cell forever, then they basically end up being a death-proof fortress. Because that vampire then can just kind of sit in there and act as your final citizen. Okay, here we go. Hate in a dining room. This could be bliss. I swear, if the vampire drinks you to death while you're asleep, I will laugh at you. A Gurmlin. I'm sure it's fine. It's being chased away by this elf. It's a lot of magnetite and other cool ore. Still have a ton of ore just kind of out there to dig. Oh, and yeah, this here. This area I wanted to make into a dining hall and tavern for people who are, you know, like closer to the magma sea. That way they can, you know, socialize with one another without having to go all the way back up to the surface tavern. And then this area, make the other half into a tavern. Supper of Gold. Wait a second, the Metalsmith's Guild Hall isn't considered a Grand Guild Hall? Really? Okay, let's get some pedestals. One of the best ways to enhance a guild hall when there's like nothing else that you can put in there, just slap an artifact in there. Be sure to lock it up. Yeah. Then again, all right, yes, we've got enough honey now, so make a bunch of the delicious honey booze. Tyrus, you've got more important things to do right now. Interrogate them again. I don't care how many times you need to do it. Okay. Next time they drag the vampire into into the fucking interrogation room, we lock them in there and then we repeat the process until we get a confession. And the big reason that we're doing that is to make sure that Tyrus's social skills get leveled up as well. Like their ability to crack open a difficult case. Attend meeting? All the way down here? Yeah? With the Queen? Is relieved while crying on someone in charge. Huh. Okay, cool. Schedule. Okay, interview scheduled. Worried? Do I look worried? Felt pleasure near a tastefully arranged statue. Okay, does not look like they're gonna do the interview. Okay, yeah, you know what? Let's just go right to the conviction then. You've got 20 witnesses. You have been accused of being a fuck-mothering vampire. While you're at it, you know, we're gonna also accuse you of the murder of that other person who got completely drained of blood. Let's see what sentence is rendered. "449 days in prison." Let's see. Unmet need, drink alcohol. Yeah, that was probably probably a good sign. Jail with you. Ooh. A weaponsmith is taken by a Fey mood. You know what? Before we finish up, ooh, she wants platinum and a rock boulder. You know what? We'll give it to her. We'll finish up the night and we'll see what weapon that is. That could potentially be fantastic. While we're at it, let's just, you know. Okay, yeah, selected unit is cursed. This is our vampire. Okay. She has everything she needs. A bar of platinum and some conglomerate. What better materials than those that are rare, one that is super rare to this place, and one that is also super common to this place? Ooh, here we go. Illyrinan, the artifact gem. Let's pop that on there. And then just engrave the whole floor. Just the whole floor. That's gotta up its value, right? Ah, look at this. So we still have a human that is a were monitor, but our Cyclops has now transformed into a werehorse. All of their injuries have been healed up, which means that we now don't have to worry about using DF hack to heal them. And we're just gonna wall up that jail cell forever, so the vampire cannot get out. Okay, we're into our 7th year here. We'll see what happens. Just taking a little bit to save up here. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're good. Olon Desortosid, the weaponsmith, has created Dosim Thetust Mishimotad, a platinum short sword. She offers it to the Immortal Trenchers. Probably not the best weapon in terms of like cutting edge, but still a fantastic weapon nonetheless. What a name. Its name translates to Wise Purge, the Indigo Hands. This is a platinum short sword. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushion conglomerate cabochons. On the item is an image of a jute plant in platinum. You know what? Why don't we make it so that that is the weapon that the queen just kind of carries around with her. You know, a perfectly symbolic weapon for a symbolic weapon for a position of office. You know, I would have been just absolutely staggered if it had been a like a warhammer or a mace. Like a platinum warhammer or a platinum mace is just frighteningly effective. But hey, still a very cool artifact. Thank you for watching, everybody. Please be sure to click all those cool buttons like the like button, the subscribe button, and check out any other videos on my channel that you like. And please feel free to hit up my Twitch, give me a follow, and let me know that you came from YouTube. Thank you for watching, and once again, remember that the world is only as dark as we allow it to be.